Hello there guys, and welcome back to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are back in oh my god, I forgot the name then. Unity 6.0. And the version we're using is 58F2. Bear with me 1 second. Do apologise, just had to put my phone on charge. So we're back in engine. I do apologise about last night's stream. It I don't know what happened. Sorry, let me just turn off. I can't even turn off Steam. 1 second, guys. Oh, don't want to see the notifications on there. Bear with me. Notifications. Flash window when I receive a chat message. Never. Sorry. Bear with me. Why am I getting that? Show notification toast. God, that's really annoying. Right. I've turned off notifications. Do apologise. Right, so the last night's stream was a bit of a nightmare. It was going really good. I was working on the Minimap, and the internet just decided to go down. It was the early hours in the UK, so it was probably late night server maintenance. It was just a pain in the arse, so I do apologise for that. Off stream earlier today, I played around with it because I was having a little bit of difficulty with getting the HUD to display correctly. So I'll just show you what we've got so far. So you can see the Minimap at the bottom there. So it literally displays, as you can see, a direct top-down orthographic view of the world. It's really, really cool. I wanted to have this implemented because I thought it was important with the NPCs for, like, there's in a narrative, some of the guys say, you know, you need to go southwest of here, southeast, or to the north, and just having a compass there, just it's more like a bit of an aid in case the player just gets a bit disorientated, doesn't know where they are. They can see the kind of compass. I'm not going to have it rotate. I just feel that's, I don't know. I didn't want to have it rotate, so I'm happy with it as that. So what we're going to do, you can see on the bottom right there, the NPC moving up there. So what we're going to do is we are going to add little HUD colours for interactable NPCs. NPCs that are just kind of, you know, just there as bodies, fillers. And then for the skeletons, I wanted to give them a red circle to indicate that they are hostile. So we're going to do that now. So that's the HUD, and it's really weird because if I just zoom out, if I go to the canvas HUD, you can see here it's kind of it's inverted because the world's designed as it is, but I think on the axes, like, it's just kind of reversed, so it still functions fine. So the Minimap camera is there, it's directly above the player, and it's set to basically follow the player's movement, so that's all working. The canvas HUD, so we've got the canvas HUD, so the Minimap is here, so we've basically got the mask, which is the circle, followed by the Minimap feed, which is there, and then the frame. So the order they appear within the hierarchy is how to get the frame to be on top. That's, I think, what I was struggling with yesterday. So anyway, that's all working. So what we need to do is, you'll notice on the Minimap camera, we have this culling mask. So where we've got the layers, we basically need to add a layer, which would be, I'd probably call it Minimap icons, and we would render that only in the Minimap camera, and then on the main camera, yeah, where we've got everything, we'd basically untick the Minimap icons. I mean, to be fair, where we've got this, where I've given it the Minimap tag, because these ones are UI, all of that is UI. So to be fair, I've already got the layer in there. If I give that default, what's this one? The main camera is default. If I put that as default, it's going to render the Minimap. So if we go on the main camera, culling mask, and untick the Minimap, just check that one is on, yeah, so everything default, all of that. Water, UI, water, UI Minimap. Yeah, so the main camera won't show the Minimap, but this camera will show Minimap. Okay, so I guess what we can do is, let's start with the player character. So if we if we just save, if we create 2D object sprite, if we go for isometric diamond, that sounds interesting, doesn't it? Rotate 90. And then the position would be 10 maybe? Oh, that's way too high. Okay, and if we rotate that on the Z, and then we've got our icon. So if I was to give that a blue, and then if we give that the Minimap layer, what we should see on the Minimap is not what I was expecting. Let's put that at 10 then. I think it needed to be a child of the player armature, so that it follows the movement. Let's see if that works. There we go. But you'll notice that the rotation of it is yeah, the rotation is following the rotation of the player, which isn't really what we want. I mean, if it was a circle, if we did it as a circle, so delete that. Why has it got a plus symbol though? Oh. Let's just go for a circle, keep it simple. Actually, I'll just do it as a object within player armature. So if I have any other shape than a circle, it's going to have that same rotation. Just keep it circle, keep it simple. So if we go for, what colour should we have the player character as? What colour? I wanted to have yellow for NPCs that you can talk to. I guess we could have green, maybe. We went for a green, and then the rotation needs to be 90, so it's facing down, and then with the position, if we did 10, and then on the layer give it minimap, we'll see how that looks. There we go, so now we've got a that's very clear. It actually stands out nicely amongst the against the green of the environment. That's really nice and contrasty. It feels like a good size as well. So you can see our character on there. So what we need to try and do, we basically don't want to see the player characters or the other characters. So, but the problem with that is, no, it shouldn't be a problem. So the culling mask, we show the minimap. What's the player character? Player character's default. The NPCs are all there. So all of these layers by default are default. Everything in that folder should be default. So if I was to just name this as characters, so use layer 3. If I call this characters, the NPC and the PC are there by their layer is default. So if I was to change that to characters. That'd be good. And then we just need to add on the circles to the other characters, and then just make sure that the layer is changed. So I'm a bit nervous to do this. Everything on there is, yeah, Minimap. Okay. Right, so if I change the PC folder to characters, yes, change that for the characters, and if I press play, we shouldn't see the green dot I put on there. Why can't I see? Interesting. Oh, I wonder. Main camera. It's because cameras were. That's why it didn't work. I panicked. Right, let's do that again. So we set it to characters. We're not going to see our player character. But interestingly, we still see the HUD element. So I wonder why that circle didn't get changed, because that was a child. Interesting. Oh, it's because it's got characters. Right, okay. So, playing it now, the main camera isn't rendering the characters. So what we need to do on the culling mask is tick to say, yes, we want to show the characters. So now what should happen is that. Okay. And then on the minimap camera, we don't want to do everything. We want to hide the characters. So I now know that green dot's going to disappear because it's got the layer tag of characters. Okay. But as you can see, our player character is not there, which is great. So if we now just go back over to culling mask. So we're showing UI and the minimap. So what I need to do is go into the circle and give that the layer of minimap. So now what we should see is the dot of our player. And the player character isn't there, as you can see. I feel that green dot's a good size. If that was any bigger, I feel that's a good size. Okay. So, player character and all the children have the layer characters. The main character is showing the characters. It's not showing the minimap. Because these are the minimap tags. So let's just save that. And then what we need to do with the NPCs, we need to change. So this is going to affect everything in there. When we add in Evil Athelstan and the cultists, we're going to have to make sure that they also have the same layer. So on the NPCs, we go to characters, yes, change the children. So now all of this, everything in here is going to have the layer characters, and the main camera will show the characters. So now what we need to do is we need to basically copy the component from there. And that's got Minimap. So if we start with Mayor Beowulf, and if we hold on a second, circle, no, I need to copy and then paste as child, just paste. Paste special, paste as child. Okay. Right, so I wanted to have yellow, kind of like golden for interactable NPCs. So let's just test this. We're gonna run into town and I'm gonna check this. Perfect. That feels really nice. I feel that's a nice clear colour. And then farmer is there. Let's go check Gazella, the crone. She is outside her building. Just making sure that where I'm going to be putting these points is nice and clear. Okay, so I'm happy with that circle. So now we're gonna go to Eardrick. So it's paste special, keep local transform. And then we're gonna go to Dumerick. Paste special, keep local transform. But if I did keep world transform, paste special, keep local transform. And then Farmer Giles, paste special, local transform. Gazella the crone. And then Priest Athelstan. Okay, so all of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 NPCs have the yellow. So we're just going to test this. We're going to just run around and check that they're displaying on the HUD. Minimap, sorry. Well, same thing. It's part of the HUD. And then we're just going to go check the crone. Priest Athelstan. And then over here we've got Eardrick. I don't want to make the circles any bigger. I feel like that is just a good size. Right, let's do this for the skeletons. And they're going to be red for hostile. So we're going to paste special. And we're going to change the colour to red. Oh, that's a good shade of red. So we're going to copy that one, and then we're going to paste as that, paste as that, paste as that, paste as that, paste as that. So now what we'll have is hostile enemies showing as red. If we just run up to the graveyard, we can test this. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool seeing the little dots move around. I love it. Okay, let's add in the one for all the other characters now. So we have 8 villagers, we've got the town guards. So I'm thinking of going, like, I don't want to go white. I'm thinking like just like a cyan, like a very light cyan. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to, how many have we got? We've got 4 walking ones. So if I just paste special, and if I change the colour, so I was thinking something like, it's like a teal, cyan. Let's just test that. I'm happy with that colour. I know there's a hotkey for doing this. Control Shift V, but I would much rather just make sure that I'm doing this manually. I get so paranoid about errors. Right, let's hide all of those. check that. Yeah, characters minimap. And that is got the minimap layer. Okay, let's just give this a go. So we're just going to walk around and watch the minimap. Just make sure everything's displaying correctly. And there we have it. That is so cool seeing the little dots move around. So you're having it as a circle. If I had any other shape like a square or a diamond, and I put it as a child, it would change. The rotation of that shape would change to match the character's movement. As you saw when I put on the diamond, isometric diamond, I think it was, on the player character. Just having it as a circle, you're not going to see that rotation because it's circular. So I really like that. So we've got yellow or gold for the NPCs that you can talk to, blue for non-interactable NPCs, and then up here we have the hostile as red. I'm really happy with that. I think that's good. And the minimap feels a good size there. It doesn't feel too big. It doesn't feel too small. What I was thinking of doing was adding a nice option for the player to be able to increase zoom in, zoom out on the minimap. So if they wanted the choice to do that, I thought that'd be quite nice. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to query this with AI. I know how to get it to change the height. It's basically I think it's the minimap. No, it is that. So basically, it's the size. So it's a bit hard to see, but if I, yeah, there we go. So the size is 15. So if we zoomed out, so 15 is the default. If we put that at 30, so basically what we want to do is add a code, so if the player presses the plus on the numpad, it will zoom in. If they press the minus, it will zoom out. But we want to limit it to say, you know, you can't go above or below a certain threshold. So I do quite like that size as a default size. Let me just query this with AI quickly. AI is a bit of a companion, especially when it comes to working within Unity, because when it comes to visual scripting, tutorials and things, they're a rarity on YouTube and that, so it always tends to be just C#. Let me just query this quickly. So I have a minimap HUD. I want to add the option for the player to zoom in and out with the num key minus and plus. I know how to do this, but I need to cap the minimum, cap the values to stop them excessively zooming in beyond what I want. So basically we will like add to, oh my god, it's done it in C script, C sharp. It was the clamp node. That's it. I have used clamp before. It's just I don't think in the Unreal Engine it's called clamp. I mean, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Okay, so should we put this script on the Minimap camera? I mean, it makes sense to do it within the player script because it's the player that's controlling it, and we can just add scene variables for the Minimap camera, which we can then access within the Minimap camera script. So it would make sense to do that. So keep everything together. So we're going to go onto the script graph for the player armature or player character, and question progress, task complete. Right, so we're going to add the variables. Right, I'm just reading, guys. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to create 4 floats. So current zoom, this is going to be a float, and then we're going to have one second. Minimum zoom, current zoom, min zoom, max zoom, and then zoom step, which will be the amount it increases by. Set the minimum, max, and step values. So okay. So if we come out of there, go on there, the size, yeah, decimal point, float, integers, whole number, floats are decimal numbers with a decimal point, so that's correct. So if we say it's 15, okay. Let's change the size to 20 for the default Minimap camera. Okay, so if 20 is the default, that is actually a good size. 20 as the default. 20. So if I go back. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, that's for following the player character. So on here, player armature, scene variables. Sorry, 20. So current zoom. If I leave it as 20 by default on games on start, set current zoom as whatever the default is, that'll be 20. And then what you want to say, the minimum zoom. So the minimum zoom, subtract zoom step from current zoom. Right, let me just jot this down. So 20 default zoom. What we need to do is check how close I'm happy for the camera to zoom in. So if we try 10, because I think my default that I originally had was 15. That is really close. It kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it? Like if you did a bad job of any models, it would show on the bird's eye view, the minimap. That'd be quite funny. All right, so what value was that? So that was 10. 10. So I'm gonna say the maximum zoom, 10 max zoom, minimum zoom. I'm gonna see how 30 looks. Oh wow. I like that as well, guys, you know, where you can move around. Even at that zoom, you can't see the empty plane behind. Like, I mean, you can see a bit, but... Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Alright, 30 feels a very, very good number for that. So 30 min zoom. Alright, so now that we've tested those, I can put the default back to 20. So it's basically a value of 10, negative and positive of that default value, which works really nice. So we're going to go to the player armature, these variables, and we're going to say the minimum zoom. The minimum zoom is 30, and the maximum zoom is 10. Zoom step, I feel like 2 would be a nice value. If I did 1, it just feels like the player would have to click loads and loads of times with the numpad to zoom in and out. I feel like increments of 2 is a very nice value. So I'm going to do 2 on the zoom step. Okay, Okay, so what we're going to have to do is, if we go onto our Minimap camera, we already have a script there. So Minimap camera handles the Minimap camera tracking, the player, and the zoom. Okay. Create the variables, set up input detection, adjust zoom. Update event. Okay, so here is where we're going to be. I think what would be good is to have a custom event for Minimap zoom. So we need an on start. So on start, we're gonna need to get Minimap camera. Hold on, let me just check the field for this, guys. So it's projection size. Projection. Set orthographic. No. It's not going to be sensor size. If I put in size, can I drag that? I don't mean to click that. Camera. It's definitely under there. If I just expose the camera. Jesus. Where's the one that I need? Is it orthographic size? Is it orthographic size? Orthographic size. That's what we need. So orthographic size. There we go. Why was that not shown? Set orthographic. Right, so get orthographic size. Get the orthographic size. Set the current zoom to that. Set the current zoom to that. And we should be able to see that if I click on here, and if I let's just minimize some of this. I want to basically, so the current zoom, I want to watch that variable at the bottom. So current zoom should be, that should go to 20. Current zoom 20, perfect, that's working. Okay. Right, so that's being done correctly. And then for the, so at the very beginning of play, we're saying set the current zoom, which is the default value. And then the custom event for the minimap zoom is what's going to handle the the ability to zoom in and out and affect that variable. So on the player script graph, we'll handle the controls for adjusting that minimap, and then within here we'll just be updating. On update, we'll be affecting the orthographic size based on the variables, which will be changed through the player script graph. So let's just move that down. Get the current zoom, do that. Maybe we could just do this all within the thing, and I'll just make a game object reference to the minimap camera. But then on start, set the scene variable to the current zoom. But then you are going to need something on update to say maybe that can just set variable, set the orthographic size to whatever the current zoom is. So on game start we do that. Maybe that can just go straight on there. Set it to whatever the orthographic size is. Set that as the current zoom. Current zoom. Thanks for the spam view, Invisible. Appreciate it. Current zoom. Get the orthographic size. But we need it to be happening on update. Or maybe if I do just delete that off and then just make a game object reference to that. Well, game starts at the current zoom to whatever that is. Boom. And then we're going to go in the player armature. Okay. Key press. Isn't there like a listen button? Keypad. Minus? That doesn't seem right. Minus? So if the player presses the minus, keypad. It must be the keypad one. Keypad minus. Oh, instead of doing a bloody custom event, why am I doing that? If we just do that instead, and we say if that is down, current zoom, minimum zoom, max zoom, zoom step. If I made Minimap reference. Game object. Minimap camera. Minimap camera. So if keypad minus is pressed, hold up. So if that's down, and then if we do that one as well, just so when plus is done, you're adding the zoom step to the current zoom. So you're getting the current zoom and you're going to hold on, add zoom step to current zoom, get zoom step, add, so when we're plussing, we're zooming in. So we're adding the zoom step to the current zoom. And then we're setting the current zoom to that. But then you would clamp it. So then with this one, instead of doing a plus, you would do a minus. Get current zoom. Oh, subtract. Sorry. Why are you being a bugger? Why? That was straight. Why is that? Honestly. I really hate how these nodes just don't play ball. Like, I just can't stand that about Unity. Right, so if keyboard that is done, so you want to clamp that value, math clamp, to restrict current zoom. So that's integer, and that's float. So we're basically welcome to the stream, guys. So the max zoom is that. The maximum is, no, hold on a minute. So if we're subtracting the zoom step from the current zoom, we want to say, yeah, the minimum value would be that, and then the minimum zoom would basically be the maximum. I know that sounds back to front, but the max zoom has the lower number. that's basically saying how close can we zoom in on the minimap. So it sounds back to front, but it makes sense in my head. So if keyboard minus is down, set the scene variable, that goes in there, that goes in there, move that up there. And then, yeah, you basically do the same for this. Hold on a minute. So if you're doing... If you're pressing plus... Hold on, this is where it's... Right, so we're pressing plus to zoom in. But what we're actually doing is we're subtracting from the current zoom. Oh my god, dude. Oh, I've got myself in a pickle. Right, let's just go over that again. Right, so for minus on the number pad, if we press minus, we're zooming out. So we're not subtracting 2 from the current zoom, because that would make the current zoom more zoomed in. What we're doing is we're actually adding. Jesus Christ. Add. And then this one is subtract. My God. You can see how I got a little bit muddled there, guys. Christ. Right, so if we're pressing plus, we're subtracting the zoom step from the current zoom. That was funny. Alright, that looks good to me. I guess we give it a go. But hold on a minute, we haven't set the current zoom. Maybe we did need to do that. Maybe that does need to go on there because that's going to be updated. So the current zoom is always going to be updated on update. So whatever the current zoom is what the orthographic size is going to be. So if that works, I can delete that. So let's give this a go and see if it works. Why are you not working, dude? Set the current zoom. Current zoom is at 20. I wonder if it's because set the current zoom, get the orthographic size. Set that. Maybe we do need. I did make a thing. So if I just do that again, it's not working. So we need to set the current zoom. So if I get the Minimap reference, again, isn't it? Hopefully that should work. Let's give it a go. Fingers crossed, guys. We're zooming out, and if we just check the scene, that should be, I think, 30. Yeah, the current zoom's 30, so I can't zoom out anymore. But if we plus, it goes straight down to 10. We don't want to do that. Well, that works really nice. Like the increments of 2, that is really quite nice. I'm glad I opted for 2 there. Right, so why is get the zoom step, get the current zoom, subtract. So when I press the minus, we're zooming out. So when I press the plus, we're getting the zoom step, which is 2. But when you press plus, you don't want to zoom in. So when I zoomed all the way out to 30 and then I pressed plus, it got the zoom step of 2 and subtracted it from the current zoom, but that took us down to but I've got to see that again because that was strange. So if I press minus plus. See, I mean, it takes us right down to the base level. And if we just come down here and actually look at our variables, minimum zoom is 30. Oh, I know what's happened. I know what's happened. I think we're clamping it at the wrong point. We're clamping it at the wrong point. The clamp needs to happen. No, I'm not doing it at the wrong point. You do the maths. You set that value. Zoom step. Subtract A minus so that'd be 2 minus, right, oh I see. I think I've plugged them into the wrong bit, so that would go there and that would go, so that'd be the current zoom minus the zoom step. I just basically switched them around like a numpty. That's what went wrong there, guys. I just basically got my spaghetti in a twist. Now it should work. What a numpty. There we go. So we can zoom in. Oh, I can't believe that. Something so simple. There wasn't anything wrong with the code. I just got the spaghetti the wrong way around. That's really cool. So we can zoom in and out with the minimap now. That was funny. Let's see it in action on full screen. See how it looks full screen. So if I just quickly go back in here on start, player armature. So when we plus, we're gonna say so if we press plus, handles Minimap zoom in. So we get the zoom step. What I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna put these the correct way. So if we press plus, we're zooming in. So I've got this cyan color for the animations, sword visibility, player speed. So what color should we give this? Maybe a blue for like UI. I always tend to go for like this blue colour for UI. I did that in Unreal as well. I don't know why, I just associate the colour blue with UI for some reason. So So minimap zoom in. Minimap zoom out. To be fair, they're both pretty much identical code. This is my OCD. I feel like in should be before out. Attacking, lifting, picking, dropping. I think what I'll do is I'll so plus is to zoom, minus is to zoom out. Plus zoom in, minus zoom out. So plus is to zoom in, minus zoom out. That's really cool. I love that. It's so cool having my own minimap. It's really cool. Right, guys, we can tick off. Where's minimap? Minimap. Boom. Minimap done. Okay. Right, there's still quite a few HUD elements. One of the most important things I need to do is the narrative dialogue, which will be added in with what's his face. Oh my god, why have I gone blank? The narrative dialogue from just the 6 different NPCs. But what was the title of the stream? So minimap this stream. We've got player blocking volume, skeleton chase code, add the last remaining NPCs. Oh, I don't know what to do next. Let's just run around a little bit with the HUD. So what we do need to do is the ability icons. So I did want to have like a stat log, because obviously we're going to have combat. We're going to have two types of combat. We're going to have the magic combat toward the end with the NPC at the end, and then melee based combat. You know, I'd define the health of the skeletons and the cultists, and with those, oh, what's happened to the music? The music. Yes, I'm still watching or listening. Okay. So let's think about this. So, combat. So we're going to need an XP bar, a health bar. So when you basically pick the herbs or chop the trees or pick the pumpkins, I'm going to reward a bit of experience. And then we're going to have just like a simple stat log. So in there, you know, if the player levels up, then they'll have like, I don't know, 1 point available, and then they can assign that to say extra health or extra damage, or what else was there? I think it was just health or damage that I was actually going to do for the stats. I don't know what to do next. NPCs. I'll tell you what, let's add in the skeleton. Let's do a bit of work on the skeletons because they have what's it? They have skeletons. So the skeletons have, they're gonna have these what was it? Sphere collider that will act as the sense, and if the player enters it, they will chase the player. Let me just save the jobs list. Right, so that was to do with ink, and this was the code. Let me just recap on the code here, guys. Just gonna have a sip of my coffee. Why is my phone going off? Jesus. Alright. So, on trigger stay. So, custom event, we hunt the player. So, on update, player position. I've got the player position there. Get the scene variable of the player character, set the position, get the position, update, player position. So get the player's position and then set that as the object variable. Okay, I guess I'm just going to have to put this in and re-trigger my memory. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete these 5 skeletons because these are extras. Right. Okay, so we've got the on update. So skeleton reference, right. So we're going to need a ball to say player sighted. Player sighted. Boolean. Oh, that was it. Yeah. So if the player's sighted, we hunt the player. I remember now. Okay. Player position. That's going to be a vector 3. So we've got 2 new booleans, 2 new variables we're adding to the object as an object variable to the skeleton graph. So player sighted, question mark, and then player position. And then on update, we are setting the player position, and to set that we're going to go to the scene variable, get the player character, get position, and plug that into that. So whatever that is, I really wish the nodes in this were so much nicer. So on update, we're getting the player position from the scene variable and setting the player position object variable to that. Okay. Right, and then what we're going to have to do is a custom event here to say hunt player, and we would basically get the player position and then do a set destination nav mesh agent Set destination. Hunt player. So then what we need to do is get the player sighted, do an if. So right, so so if player sighted is true, then custom trigger custom event hunt player. So that handles moving towards the player, and then what we need to do is the on trigger tag player. Player. Right. So we're saying on trigger enter, on trigger enter, compare the tag to that, and we're looking for player. So on trigger enter, if it is the player, so if it's the player, we're going to set that to yes, the player is sighted. So on trigger enter, if the thing colliding with it has the tag of player, we're saying the player is sighted. Now we can move that over here. And then, hey Long Arm, welcome to the stream, dude. Thank you for tuning in. How have you been? Long arm. I don't think you've seen the minimap that I've implemented. If you give me 1 second, I'll show you the minimap. Right, so same code here on. Oh, that needs to be on trigger exit. I'm sure replace. There we go. On trigger exit. So on trigger enter, if it's the player, we say the player is sighted. On trigger exit, so if the player exits the collider, we say the player isn't sighted. So all of that code should now mean if we're within the trigger of the skeleton should chase us. What we need to do is just add the trigger onto the skeleton. So we're going to add a sphere collider. And the radius, I think I had this at like 7 when I was testing this. So I'm saying that as a trigger. I'm basically using the sphere collider as a sensor. So if the player enters within that sphere, then that acts as the skeleton's sight or sense of the player. So if we were to now duplicate the skeleton and just have a few, we can now track this code. So actually, what might be quite cool is if we actually bring out the game here. If we bring the game here, and just do that, so I can show you the collider in action. Play. Right. So you can see I'm the green circle. So it's coming for me. There we go, we've got 2 on us now. And then if I go over here, get another one. There we go, we've now got 3 chasing us. Oh, 4. And then if I was to run out, they should now all split off. So that's basically the aggro range. can see the sphere colliders on the top left there. If I go inside it, whoop, we've got one. But what I want to do is I want to have an aggro delay. So basically, instead of it just the player enters the thing, it chases them. I basically, I don't want it to just stop there. I want there to be like a 3-second aggro maybe. So they pursue the player, or maybe 5 seconds. So it's like, you see there. So basically there's a couple of things we need to do. We need to change the animation to running if player's sighted. There needs to be a couple of conditions here because that's so cool. So what we need to do is we need to basically say if the player is sighted. It's quite tricky because obviously we need them to stop at a certain range. Let me just put that back up there. I'll just show you the minimap quickly, long arm, because you've not properly seen it. So at the bottom right, we've got the minimap. So players can basically see an orthographic top-down view of the world. And you can basically use the number pad plus and minus to zoom in. So yellow circles represent NPCs you can interact with. Blue are non-interactable NPCs. And then if we go up to the top, I gave a red dot for hostile NPCs, such as the skeletons. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's really cool having a functioning minimap. And I fixed the world graphical glitch as well, which was nice. So, yes, Awen, welcome to the stream. And Awen, I am so sorry about last night, dude. The internet went down in the UK. The ISP bastards, they just decide that everyone is asleep in the middle of the night. And there I was, proper motivated to smash some more work out in the game. And then the internet just goes off. And I sat here for about 25 minutes waiting for it to come back. It never came back. So there was nothing I could do. I had no connectivity. So I do apologise that the stream was there and then it wasn't. So this morning I fixed the oh my god, the minimap. And if you were wondering, you probably did not know how to do it. Basically, we've got the Minimap camera, and I've got it to show just the Minimap. We don't show the characters. So basically, on the Minimap camera, we're only going to see basically anything with the layer Minimap. And I made a canvas HUD, and then we've got the Minimap under there. And quite simply, we have a mask, and then the child of the mask is the Minimap raw image, and then on the hierarchy after that is the frame, and that's how I did it. So I'm really happy to have that. I've never done a Minimap before, so really cool to do that. Right, so what I want to do, we've got the skeleton chase code. I feel like I want to get the skeleton combat sorted, because we have two types of combat. We have the melee skeleton combat, and then we have the magic casters at the end. So if we can get the kind of AI behaviour as such of the skeletons, to just at least change the animation to running if they've sensed the player, and then what they do, and then if they got a certain distance within the player, because obviously if we go on to this, basically they hunt the player. So the player, if the player is within the trigger, where is it? Oh yeah, on enter trigger, chase the player. On exit, so sorry, apologies. When we enter it, we're saying the player's sighted. When we leave it, we're saying they're not sighted. So with the hunt the player, if the player has been sighted, we trigger the custom event hunt player. And when the skeleton hunts the player, we basically set their destination to whatever the player's position is. Now, what I wanted to do was add like an aggro range. So if the player left the trigger, I don't want the skeletons to just completely disengage. I would want the skeletons to still chase the player, because you always have that in a lot of games. You've got like the aggro range, so you'll go after an enemy, and then, you know, if you can outrun it, it will then return back to its position. So it's kind of like, oh my god, it's just like the aggro timer. So I want to kind of say on trigger exit, true. Yeah, we want to have something. So let's do that. Let's add the aggro timer, and we can test this. If I just tested it with like 1 second, so if true, I think it was delay, isn't it? Or delay. Wait. It's going to want us to do a coroutine, isn't it? Oh, wait for 2 seconds. If we tried this as a 2-second timer, so we're saying once we've left the trigger, we wait for 2 seconds before disengaging. So this part is the aggro timer, or decay if you like. So we're going to run into a trigger of the skeleton, and then we're going to basically run out and just see if it pursues. Right. I mean, that seems to be working quite well. We're holding them up like sheep. Why are you not engaging me? Yeah, I know. I know they stack. Hey Turno, yes, I've implemented a minimap. I'll just show you. I don't know when you tuned in, dude, but I'll just show you the minimap. So bottom right, cyan circles are non-interactable NPCs. Gold are interactable NPCs. Green is the player character. And then the red circles are hostile NPCs. I thought I had 4. Oh, I do. So we got the skeletons pursuing. uh, right, so I feel that works well. And then I guess what we need, I feel like what we need on the player character is I feel right. Okay, sorry. This is that guy was just poking. Yeah, I know, dude. So the sphere, I am using a sphere collider on the skeleton as a trigger, which acts as its sense. It's sensing of the player. If the player is within that sphere collider, it will chase the player. If the player leaves after 2 seconds, it will disengage pursuit. Now, I think I need to add a sphere collider to the player character. And then what we would do is we would say, if skeleton collides with the player's collider, they attack. So the skeleton would swipe. So yeah. Let me just make notes on this. So add collider to player character. If skeleton collides with player trigger, then if true, the skeleton will attack. And I think the skeleton has a similar attack to the player character, which is the sword swipe. And obviously we've got the trigger on the sword swipe, and then what we would do is if the sword makes contact with the what you mean, the distance of the player, sorry. Are you on about the distance from the player's position to the skeleton's position? So if distance is less than 10, then it attacks. Yeah, that is an option. Yeah, that's true. Let's have a look. The distance between the agent's position and the destination. So we need to say if distance equals or is less than 10, like 10 for example, if true, then it would attack. So yeah, I guess that saves me putting a trigger on the player character. We're gonna need some balls. So what have we got? Is idle, is walking. Set the ball. Okay, so we're gonna need something in here to say is, where is it? Player sighted. Hunt the player. If player is sighted, true, hunt the player, and set oh my god. Okay, so what we could do for the running animation, because I want the skeleton. Yeah, no, that's the thing with game dev, isn't it? There are multiple ways of yielding the same result. That's the joys of it. I mean, there isn't necessarily a wrong way. There might be an optimal way, but you know, gets the job done. Gets the job done. Sorry, I'm just trying to think about how to sort out the attacking, the running animation. If I just bring up my RPG assets, animations, skeleton. So we've got the idle and the walking. So we're going to be putting in the running. So if the player stays in the trigger, sorry, if the player enters, we're going to say the player is sighted. And then when they leave after 2 seconds, we say they're not sighted. So that's the aggro decay. If the player is sighted, we hunt the player, and I guess it would be in this one. If player sighted is true, we would set the ball. So let's bring this in, guys. I'm quite excited. Quite tired though. I had a flat tire on the car earlier, and it stressed me out because I've got a group presentation at uni today, and I've got like the spare tire on, and it's just stressing me out. It's just bloody typical. The day before presentation, I'm like, I cannot be late, so I'm pushing through, and I'll get the car sorted out tomorrow. Skeleton. So we're gonna bring in the running. This is gonna make it more scary now because you've got the walking and you've got the idle, and as you've seen, at the moment, if you're in the eyesight of the skeleton, it will pursue you, but the animation is just the walking. So to have it running is going to be pretty cool. So this is going to be, what am I going to call it? Skeleton running. So skeleton running. So rig is gonna be, oh actually no, I don't need to do that, sorry. Skeleton running loop time. Yeah, because the idol's the one that's got the avatar. So we've got skeleton running, skeleton walking. Walking, running. And I feel like what we could do as well for, where is it? On the nav mesh agent, I feel like we can set the speed to maybe like a bit faster. So in the project we've got skeleton running, so what we need to do is go on the animator for the skeleton and we need to add a state and call this running, and it's going to be that animation. Hey David, welcome to the stream. What are you trying to make? I am making a narrative medieval RPG, vertical slice of a game for a university project. At the moment I am just sorting out the skeletons kind of AI combat with the player. That's what we're doing. So, walking through idle false. Oh, okay. Right, so there's no exit time for those, so we're going to want a... Oh, hold on. Blend? What was that? I don't remember doing a blend. What's that about? Blend? I don't have a blend on there. Why have I got a blend on the skeleton? What is that from? That was weird. Where did that blend variable parameter come from? Player sighted. Let's just add a ball in here to say player sighted. Keep it consistent. So by default it's going to be off. So from walking to running, the condition is that the player is sighted. It's true. And then I guess we're not having any exit time. So player sighted true. To go from walking to running, the player sighted has to be true. And then from running to walking is walking true. From idle to running, player sighted true. Running to idle is idle true. When I'm learning YouTube 3D jump. Jump and run with the tutorial. Okay. Yeah, there's a fair bit that goes into it with the ground checks and whatnot. For this project, I used a... Oh, hold on. Run into idle. Doesn't have any exit time. Yeah, for this project, I used a third person controller. Yeah, asset pack. So I didn't have to faff around the player character controller. It was already all there. So yeah, roguelikes are awesome, dude. There's a lot to it. Right, so idle to walk in, run into walk in, run into idle. We've got that in there. We've got the Boolean, player sighted. I take it you're using Unity, David? Okay, let's get this in. So where's the thing? Skeleton reference. Set the ball. So we need to change this. Is walking. Player side true. Oh my god. Okay. Now I shouldn't need to add in anything here for the skeleton moving because that's kind of in here. And the skeleton roam is on update, I believe. What's on a co-routine? Oh, thanks for following, David. Oh, let me just read the comments. Coding was sorted yet. Why are you using those blocks for development? This is visual scripting. It's Unity's equivalent to the Unreal Engine's blueprints. I'm studying computer game design at university, and we're required to do visual scripting in Unity and blueprints in Unreal so that we're able to prototype our game ideas. As designers, we're not required to know C#, C++, all the rest of it. We're just meant to know how to visual script. So it functions the same as hard coding, but it's just a different method of doing it. I can't remember the question I asked. I do apologise, dude. Right, give me 1 second. Let him cook. I guess you could say that. I mean, I checked with my lecturers and I said, is it okay for me to kind of like just live stream my development? Because it documents my learning journey as well, you know. Like, I'm in my second year of game dev, and you know, I've got loads and loads of videos of the modeling of Blender, Unreal, Unity. So it's all documented, it's all on YouTube. All the game devs go to YouTube, so I can look back at it in my older years. And you know, some people might find something of use in these videos. You know, this code functions, you know, and there is not a lot out there for visual scripting in Unity, so I'm sure some people will find this useful. Right, let me just get back to code here. If the player is sighted true, we hunt the player. If the player sighted is false, we set that borders off. So now, if I was to go into the graveyard, I'm hoping that running animation will work. Let's check it. Oh right, yes, that was the question, I think, dude. So what we're expecting to happen is those skeletons will turn to running animation. They look like they shit themselves. Oh no! He's walking like he shit himself. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, that's brilliant. Okay, the reason why they're doing that is because of the coroutine in the movement down here. Because what's happening in here is we're basically turning the booleans on and off for these things here. So it's basically trying to play different animations. But what I think we need to do, we can basically limit that, because when we leave the, where is it? When we leave the trigger, we're saying the player is not sighted, right? So what we can do is we can create a restriction to say on here, we can say, okay, to go from the chasing animation to idle, is idle true. We can also say the other condition is the player sighted false. And the same here, is player sighted false. So now they shouldn't look like they've shit themselves. They should actually do it properly. Let's give it a go. How long am I working in this game? Yeah, I did all the animations. I used Mixamo. I modelled everything you see in this game. I modelled myself. Literally everything you're looking at. I only used Mixamo to sort out the animations. So you drag in your model, you choose the animations. Just because I do not have the time to model all of the different NPCs' animations. There we go. Working. There we go, guys. Sorted it. And that is how you do it. An Easter egg. There isn't going to be a full version. This is a vertical slice of the game. Look at that though. We've got it working. I think we need to have like a stay in trigger option. I think what's happening there is the aggro timer. The aggro timer is basically after 2 seconds. So if I enter a trigger and leave, there's like a 2-second timer for the aggro. Did I add items? What items? Yeah, you basically model your characters. You add in the armature. Once you've got the armature attached to your model, you then you import your model into Mixamo, and then it will create, you'll have a beautiful choice of animations to choose from, and then you export your model, and then when you bring it into project, it will look like this. So you'll have what looks like a prefab, and then within that you've got like that, you've got the mesh. This one I've got the sword, and then here's the animation and the skin. So yeah. Right. On trigger enter. I feel like that works nicely though. So we've got the running animation now, so if the player is the player sighted, I feel like I want to set the movement speed of the nav mesh agent. I feel like they should move faster. So the movement speed is set to 2. If I just, for the moment, if I just go unfocused, and if I set their speed to 5, so remember 2 is the default, we'll see how fast they move. Holy crap. Okay, so 2, if I put that 0.2, it's almost like there's slip. It's almost like he's on ice. Interesting. Where did you model the player and all the other? Everything you see in the game I built in Blender. Beautiful Blender. Right, so we need to get the nav mesh agent speed. Nav mesh agent speed. So if on update, so if the player is sighted and we're hunting the player, we're going to set nav mesh agent set speed. Set speed. So it's 2. If I set it to 4 and oh shit. Set that to 2. So basically 2. If they're pursuing the player, double the movement speed. If they're not pursuing, their normal speed. Let's see how that works. It might be too fast. Yeah, that's true, dude. We know that we can outrun them. But we can't outwalk them. Oh, wow. Need the Pied Piper flute. Okay, I feel like we need to increase their speed to like 5. Let's see how that goes. I'm going to be streaming quite a lot over the next 2 weeks, David, so if you say you're interested in making an RPG game, like you'll see quite a few more elements that I'm going to be putting in. Whoa. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, so my walking, they outmove my my walking. That's quite scary, actually. It's quite terrifying. Okay. I'm happy with that. I think 5 is a good value. Alright, so now what we need to do is, I guess on here, what we would do is you would only want the skeleton to enter the aggressive state if they've sighted the player, and then whilst pursuing the player, if the nav mesh distance is less than say 5, then if true, we'll say that the skeleton's attacking. They stop on the spot and then swing. And then in that same process, you know, we can have I can't remember, I think I've got a collision box on the player, I'm not too sure. but we can basically say, what would we say? You would say, well, the skeleton would need to stop moving. So it's almost like you would say, I guess you would set the speed to 0. You could set the nav mesh speed to 0. That would stop them on the spot. And then if the player runs out of the aggro site and stuff, like, sorry, if that condition's not met, then yeah, it would go back to that. Okay, alright, so let's put in the attack. So that's got we've got the sense for the player entering the nav mesh. The player enters the nav mesh, and then the skeleton pursues. They pursue at a faster pace, and then they swarm the player. But then we want to say, okay, if the nav mesh distance from the skeleton to its target being the player, if it's less than 10, then the skeleton will attack. So what we need to do is import 1, 2. Right, we're going to bring in the skeleton attack. It does look the same as the player character, but I don't mind that. So this is going to be called skeleton attack, and we're not going to have a loop on it. It's going to be a one-time thing. So skeleton attack, and I'm not going to be adding in the code yet for the skeleton getting hit or the skeleton dying. What I'm trying to do at the moment is just make sure that I'm getting the skeleton's kind of animations in place, and then when I've put in the HP bar for the player character, we would then kind of, in that same instance, we would then, you know, set up the skeleton. So let's have a look. I think the distance of that swing would be somewhere between 2 and 2.5. Speed to 0, or if your movement used stopping distance, you could have just set the stopper distance to be slightly less than the melee range. Well, I was going to try it with the nav mesh agent and see how that goes. Right, let's go to the animator. So animator. Now the attack is only ever going to be following on from the running, because on the graph, if the player is sighted, we set the ball is sighted. Right? So then well, I mean, the nav mesh agent seems to handle all of the kind of movement of the skeleton. So I don't even think I've got a capsule collider, a sphere collider, but I don't have anything else on there to handle movement other than this graph. But again, all of this is all the movements handled by the nav mesh agent, so it makes sense to just do it through there. I hope that answers your question, Awen. I don't know if that does or not. Right. Attack. Attacking. So, is it that one? Okay, so the condition is hold on.
With you.
Oh, YouTube, don't be a bastard.
With
The stopping distance is part of the agent, but you use position checks for the skeleton. So are you suggesting using stopping distance to keep the skeleton on the spot? Is that what you're suggesting? Is attacking. All right. I mean, would the speed, like if I put speed on, you can put 0 on the speed there. We'll just go with it. We'll do some testing. We'll see what works. Right. If the distance is less than 10, set attacking true. Okay, so during the hunt, if the remaining distance from the skeleton to the player is less than 10, we say they're attacking. and set that to 0. Oh, I need to set the ball as well. So no exit time. So there's no exit time from running to attacking, and the condition to go from running to attacking is attacking true. From attacking to running, I've only got that animation to attack once, haven't I? I'm just wondering if I should have that on a loop, because if the player's engaged in combat, the skeleton should kind of keep attacking. So it makes, I believe we should say that's on a loop. So to go from running to attacking, attacking has to be true. And then from attacking to running, player sighted true. We give it exit time. It wouldn't ever go from walking to attacking, because whenever the player is within that thing, the skeleton will always run. So exit time on that is attacking false. Player side true is attacking. Exit time. Okay. And then if we go on here, so I know that this ball at the moment might not be necessary, but when it comes to programming the code for combat and the health bar and stuff like that, we may need this. So I'm going to leave it in there. Okay, so I don't need to set the speed on here again, because as you can see on this branch, this is happening on update, so that's happening every frame. So provided the player is being hunted by the skeleton, the speed of the skeleton will be 5. If the skeleton isn't spotted the player, they'll be moving at their default speed. If during the engagement, the pursuit, if at any point the skeleton gets this distance away from the player, he will then attack. And whilst attacking, it'll be 0. So the reason why I haven't put in the speed here is because that would override and conflict with these over here, which I don't want to happen. So that code should work. I feel that's a tiny bit close to the other stuff though, so I'm just gonna move it up. So we may need to fine tune this distance here, because 10 might be quite a big gap from the player to the skeleton. I think, yeah, you said earlier 2 or 2.5 A1. But we'll see how it works with 10. So I believe that code should work as it is. I need a sip of my coffee, guys. Let's give it a test. Oh, you silly bastards. That's pretty cool. It's just making me think of Dark Souls, dude. Alright, so what's happening? They've got the sliding movement, so... where is that gonna... on trigger exit. On trigger exit. We're doing that. We want to have something to say if they're attacking. The movement speed should still be on. I guess on here, when the player leaves the trigger, we do that, and that is why the skeleton's moving. So I guess off of here, we could maybe have a branch here to say so we can put in a restriction here to fix that little bug. So we could say, okay, if the player isn't sighted we change the thing there, but then what we can do is we can have an if here to say is attacking true, and if it is, let's test that one more time. It's still going. So this is the only point where the attacking's getting turned off. Player sighted. If the player isn't sighted, I guess we'd do that as well. Let's see if that fixes that little bug. That should fix it. Okay, we want to have something to say if attacking is true, set that speed. Get ball. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this custom event in the on update at the very beginning. So what this will do is if the skeleton is still... Oh no, we want to get the state. Not the ball, because the ball gets deactivated. It's the state. Get the state. You want to get the state, don't you? Because if it's still in the state, that's where I'm going wrong. Get current animator state. Where did I handle that before? 1 second, guys. I'm pretty sure it was on a player character. I remember it was somewhere. Holds position if attacking. There we go. Okay, freeze if attack. So we're saying if the skeleton animator state is attacking, we hold them. Then we can get rid of that. Freeze attack. Okay. So if they're attacking, their speed is 0. If false, nothing happens. Because their movement speed will be handled there. So believe that will work now. Bro. For fuck's sake. Oh, you silly bastards. Oh, this is a pain in the ass, isn't it? Hold position, set the speed to 0. Set the speed to 0. Right, let's see what's conflicting. So we've got multiple things here that are adjusting the speed. So we have these two and these here. I guess what we could do let's just analyse this. There's a lot of code here. I know there's 3 things here. We also have the other states down here handling the actually none of that handles the speed itself. The speed is all being handled up here. And we have 3 sections handling it. We have the true for pursuit 5. And then if they reach the player, we say they're attacking. So hold their position if they're attacking, if the animated state is attacking. player is sighted. I guess what you want to do I guess if we actually had all of this within one thing, it might be easier. So we can say, get the animator state. Are they attacking? Yes, they are. Set it to 0. And then we could say if that's false, then we would check the other states. Okay, if it's not attacking, is it doing this? So instead of calling it freeze attack, I can say hold move. If I call that movement speed, that way at the very beginning it will handle all of that, and then we can get rid of these. It would make sense to just keep it all within this one event. So if we come off of there, is player sighted, so running's the next one. So then we're going to say, okay, if they're not attacking, are they running? So if they're not attacking, are they running? If they are running, set the speed to 5. So that means we can get rid of that. And then if they're not running, we're gonna say, okay, if they're attacking, they're not moving. If they're running, it's 5. If they're walking, it's 2. And then obviously if they're idle, we wait. So 2. I believe that's gonna sort that. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome. Ugh. So movement speed. So now instead of the code here kind of conflicting with each other, we're handling all of the speed of the skeleton in one custom event, movement speed, that's being checked every frame. And that's based on the animated state. So if they're attacking, they're not moving. If they're running, their speed is 5. If they're walking, it's 2. So now, hopefully, I'm hoping that's going to work bug free. That'd be a dick. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, we got them to stop. So I need to get them out of the attacking. That's why they're stuck in the attacking, because they haven't got any other way to get out of that. Okay, so if we were to add in the transition from attacking to idle attacking to walking, that should fix that problem. Let's just do that one more time. I love bug fixing. Oh, we did it that time. Oh, that one came out of the cycle. Interesting. Let's just add the transition to the others and see if that resolves the issue. So I think that will fix it, guys. We don't need to have one going from that, because the only time we will transition to attacking is in pursuit from running. So the condition from attacking to running. It has exit time. Player sighted true. Attacking false. So is walking true and is attacking false. And I've got exit time. Is idle true, is attacking false. So exit time, is walking true, attacking false, is idle true, is attacking false, is player sighted true. Okay, that should hopefully fix that issue that we just saw, guys. So let's test it again. Oh, it worked. Did you see that? Watching that guy. Oh. So if I run out of the aggro range. There we go. I fixed it. No more locked in that animation, baby. Okay, now what we can do, guys, is just refine that distance from which the skeletons will attack. So at the moment it's 10. So Awen suggested 2.5 or 2. So I'm going to go for 2. And what we're going to do is we're going to run into the skeleton graveyard and just see the distance that they hit, because I know the collision box is on their is on their lance, I think. No, it's under the spine. It's attached to a proper hierarchy. It's all the way there. So that you can see it there, the hitbox. So if that hits the player, they'll take damage basically. So what did I just do? I need to change the distance. 052. So let's see how 2 works. So we're just going to run in there, let them come at us and see how the distance feels. Oh. Okay, I think that's the braking distance. I think stopping distance. Stop within. Auto braking. The agent will avoid auto braking. Stop within this distance from the target position. Well, I don't want to do that because if I if I change that, that's going to affect their normal movement. Auto braking. The agent will avoid overshooting. The agent will avoid overshooting the destination point by slowing down in time. So if I turned off auto braking, let's just try that one more time. It's good to just test it and then see the difference after changing that value. So what was happening was they were coming at us, but they were coming at us so fast, they were like an ice cube coming to us slow. So they were sliding to a halt and it wasn't instant. So if we just come in here, they come at us and knock us. So yeah, we need them. If we turn off auto braking and see what difference that makes. Bearing in mind I've only changed that for one skeleton. So if I save that, delete those 3 skeletons, and then Control V, move that one there. Move that one there. Right, so now with auto braking off, welcome to the stream. Whew. It's a lot of testing over and over just to refine things, you know. But once it's all done, it's fluid. Yeah, I know. Let's see if that helps, the auto braking. Oh, fuck me. They've still got a bit of a slide to them, haven't they? Can you see that? They proper slide tackle me. That's like some Killer Instinct SNES action right there, guys. It's like a sliding tackle. So you think that is stopping distance? Stopping distance. I don't even really know if that auto braking actually made that much of a difference. But it is like they just need to freeze on the spot, sorry. Maximum turning speed in degrees while following a path. That is true. That is true. I just don't feel like the stopping distance. I feel like even if I change that, similar to here, I just feel like that's still gonna have that sliding effect that they're doing. It's almost like a velocity, isn't it? Let's see. Let's just look at the nav mesh options. Stop within this distance. Velocity. Set the velocity. Acceleration. Alright, so if it's on 8, I'll put it on 15. 8, I'm just going to jot down 8. So that was for that one. We can watch their movement in here. Stuck. Maybe he picked the same spot. Maybe the RNG gave him the same spot 3 times. He must have got the same spot 3 times. How unlucky is that on the rolls? Okay. Alright, so we set the acceleration to 15. Let's give that a go. Whoa. No, they're still doing that. Fuck me. Yeah, that's not... Okay. Less than 2. Stopping distance. Okay, so basically, this, we know that that's a good range. So, if I put stopping distance as 2, just to see if that stops the slide tackle. Let's see if that makes a difference. Okay. Well, the good news is those swords are hitting us. Let's put the stop distance to 0. If I change that to 4, I've adjusted the remaining distance to 4 to see if that makes a change. I've turned off auto braking. That works. Oh, you bastards. That worked quite nicely, didn't it? So you can see the swords are making contact with us. That works a lot better. You can see if I had a collision box on me, that would be registering the hits. And they're not knocking me. That's a good... Okay, so we've not changed the stopping distance. The remaining distance is 4. We've turned off auto braking. That seems to have sorted that out. So I feel like we can leave the skeletons for the time being. If I just look at my... Oh my god. Hold position if attacking. So they seem to be doing what they need to do. I feel like what we need to do is have an on trigger stay. Because we've got the custom event there which handles their movement. This is just to do with setting up the positions relevant to the graph below. This one handles the movement speed, whether they're attacking, running or walking. Handles the hunt and the animations. If we leave the trigger, we say that the player's not sighted. On trigger exit. On trigger exit. On trigger exit. Because sometimes the aggro is getting lost, so it's kind of like, okay, when they... Let me just check my sugars, guys. Sorry, I haven't checked them in a while. Yeah, gotta pump some units. Okay. So there's a thing, what's happening when we're in the trigger, and then when we're leaving it with the 2-second thing, it's basically that exiting the trigger, that is it's kind of like we want to say after 2 seconds, after 2 seconds, like, is the player in the trigger? If it's not, bloody tricky this is sometimes. Well, you saw that, and it seems to be working, doesn't it, with the skeletons? Like, if I go here, where are you going? Where the what the fuck? Where are they going now? I feel like this. I feel like maybe I could delete that. Because that weight, it's kind of like, if I was to enter, exit, if I was to repeat that, it's gonna kind of constantly have this stack of seconds and toggling the player sighted on and off. So what I'm thinking is if I haven't got an event for on trigger stay. So I feel like if I got rid of that wait for seconds, I feel like that might resolve the issue, and I can remove that. And then if we had an on trigger stay, so that they're still going to be doing their thing. On trigger stay, and we'll say oh my god, shouldn't have had that dominoes. On trigger stay. So on trigger enter, we do that. On staying within the trigger, we're doing that. And then when we leave, we're doing that. Let's see if that resolves some of the erratic behaviour they're displaying. Here we go.
Playtest 15,000.
What? What the fuck? Have you glitched out, dude? I think they're in a non-nav mesh area. Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. On trigger stay. On trigger stay. That seems to have caused something weird to happen. So let's just unplug that. I think the timer is the problematic thing, having that 2-second wait. If this works now without most problems, then I'll just remove that on trigger stay. Okay. Where are you going, dude? Why did you just attack the wall? What are you playing at? Alright, removing that 2-second timer seems to have fixed that dodgy behaviour. And as you can see, that sword is really going for our character. So I feel like I've nailed that. That is perfect, really, isn't it? There we go. We're under attack by 4 skeletons. Yeah, okay, I'm happy with that. So removing the 2-second timer fixed that problem. Okay. Right, so I think it's safe to say we can kind of not fully tick off the skeletons, because what I've got, if I go to the project folder for the skeletons, I've got a total of 4 animations there. I have 2 more in the folder. So we've got skeleton attack in game. I haven't got the skeleton hit. So basically the skeleton hit is where the player hits the skeleton and then it would trigger the hit animation. And then the last animation is skeleton death. So so yeah, the skeleton death and skeleton hit. We've obviously got the player. We have the player. Oh god. We have the player's basic attack and special ability working. So, Jesus Christ! Sorry, guys. Yeah, so we've got the skeleton's hit working. No, I'm sorry. I'm going off tangent again. The player has the basic attack and then the special ability. We've got the trigger box on the player's sword. We have the trigger box on the skeleton's sword. So we effectively have everything there that we need to kind of add in the mechanics for a kind of health bar or health mechanic. So, you know, if we gave the player, say, I don't know, 50 health or 100 health maybe, and then say the skeletons had, I don't know, maybe 20, then what you could do is you could say, okay, we're going to give them the damage of, I don't know, maybe 2. So then when they attack the player, you know, if it lands, they'll do, you know, they'll do the damage, and then vice versa. If the player lands a hit on them, he would do a, what's it? Oh my god, I'm going blank. Yeah, that's an alternative option, isn't it? Yeah, there's quite a few different ways to do this. So yeah, like I say, I'm pretty happy with the skeletons. Just need to add in the hit and the death. program the combat between the player and the skeletons. So if the player is attacking, and so what you would need to do is you need to have two states. Sorry, not two states. On here, what you would do is you'd have it called like combat custom event, and you would say is hit or something. So you'd get like the well, just kind of any state, I guess. And then you say like, I don't know, if sword hitbox hits skeleton, then you would like deduct the damage. I think what I need to do is open up my Caverns of Torment 2D platformer project, because I've got the code in there for player receiving damage and stuff, just to jog my memory. So if I open that project up, I'll be able to see all that code. I'll do a print screen of it. Saves me the time of just setting it all up from scratch. So yeah, I'm just thinking, looking at the time and stuff. Skeleton chase code. We've done more than that. We've massively built on that. Last NPCs, blocking volumes. So let me just have a look on here. So skeleton chase code, we can delete that off. Combat elements, we've kind of made a good start on that. So yeah, I mean, looking at the list of what's left, this dialogue interaction is going to be the biggie. That's going to be the big job. Player blocking volume. That's basically going around the map and just putting in the barriers and the boundaries where the player can and cannot walk. So that's not a big job. I don't want to make a start on that now, because once I get started, I'd rather get it finished in one session. So, and it's a fairly straightforward job, because like you can see, looking at the map, we know what areas to kind of block off, you know, so we'll stop them from kind of going up the mountains. We put a kind of barrier just around here. So yeah, yeah, it's not that big, to be honest. I mean, I could let them explore through the trees, but I could just block it off so that they can explore anywhere around here, but just restrict the canyon. So, and then obviously with the graveyard, we'll put a barrier around there. So yeah, that'll be a fairly straightforward job. I think we'll do that in next stream. I will be on tomorrow night as well. I think maybe I should just call it here, because how long have we been going? 4 hours. Let's have a read of your comments, dude. Yeah, that's true. I was just gonna have like an XP bar I think what I'll do on the bus into uni today is I'll just plan out how I want the UI, because I was gonna go for like not just like kind of like almost minimalistic. Like you can see where we've got the minimap. So oh god, you basically have on the bottom left the health bar. I don't want to put it in the middle because I quite like that camera and seeing the player walk and stuff. It would feel wrong to put the HUD, the health and stuff there. So I think if we put the health bar and an XP bar on the bottom left hand side, and then maybe on the right hand side above the minimap we could have the, what have I got here? So if I just read off the UI elements, we've got an XP bar, health bar, 2 ability icons. I was going to give the player the ability to heal, so instead of like a health potion, he's going to have this kind of ability to heal, almost like a paladin or a cleric's ability, but it would have a cooldown, so you know it would save you if your health was low, but maybe give it like, I don't know, a 30-second cooldown. And I may potentially let the player's health regenerate over time. So yeah, so we need 2 icons for the ability and the heal. And yeah, I've got a HUD listed as a job, but the HUD kind of combines all of those elements: the XP bar, the HP, ability icons, and then we've got a quest log and a stat log. So the quest log will basically say, you know, speak to so and so, do this, you know, just like a little short log. And the stat log will basically show the player's health, experience, damage, and their alignment on the good and evil. So yeah, there's not too much in terms of UI, to be honest. Obviously I need to create a main menu, so what I'll probably do is just create a nice looking UI with Firefly, Adobe Firefly. Just a nice simple looking UI, main menu. We need to put in music and sound effects as well. That's not a big job at all. So yeah, I think what we'll do then, I'll call the stream there. Next stream, I think I will put in the player blocking volumes first, and then we need to regenerate the nav mesh, I believe, because actually no, if we added a component to all of the the blocking volumes, if we just added a nav mesh obstacle component and then did the carve, we wouldn't even need to regenerate the mesh because everything's working fine. So yeah, that would be good. So yeah, next stream then, player blocking volumes, we'll add in the 3 remaining NPCs. Well, there's actually 2, it's just the cultist and evil Athelstan. I would like to add lights to the torches, or lighting, let's add that as a job. Lighting. That's a job to be done. So yeah, I feel like it's been a good stream though. We've made some good progress. We've added the UI elements to the mini-map, so we've got little coloured icons for the different characters, and I'm sure there was something else we've done as well. But yeah, with the skeletons, movement and stuff, that's feeling really good. So I do feel like we're ready for adding in the combat and health and a health bar for enemies. It would be cool to have a little health bar above their heads. But yeah, I'm happy with that, like how it works. So yeah, that's cool. Okay, I'm gonna call it there, guys. It's just nice seeing that work again, isn't it? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, dude, you do make me laugh. Oh, right. Okay. Thank you for watching, guys. When I go back from uni tomorrow, I'm going to have a couple hours sleep, and then when I awake from my slumber, I will be in engine for a long session. I'm going to do a long session. We're going to smash out loads of shit. Blocking volumes, last NPCs, and potentially get some more HUD work done, getting in the HP bar and all the rest of it. I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but I am tired. Thank you for joining, guys. Thank you for your comments, your interaction, questions, all the rest of it. It's been great fun having you guys with me. Hope you've enjoyed it. If you haven't already, feel free to follow on Twitch to stay up to date, and go check out my YouTube below if you want to see any of the previous game dev streams for Blender, Unreal or Unity. Thanks for joining me, guys. Stay safe, and I will be back tomorrow for the next live stream.